guys hear me? Hopefully, it looks like this is not going to work too well. All right, let's see. Hopefully, you guys can hear me online. Online, you should be, everyone in class here is working on their pages 96 and 97, which is due this week, and also your field notes. So make sure that you're doing that. We're passing out some of the quizzes that you guys have, but make sure that you are working on that right now. So these two I'm passing to you right now. This, along with your homework, would be the grades that you have so far this nine weeks here. So again, like we talked about before, some of you just on one of these did not do as well as you usually do, but you will have a chance to bring those grades up, no problem. If I pass these back to you, if you do have a question about them, let me know. Again, I've given you a little bit extra work, so I'm going to give you a few extra minutes here to work on it, so please take advantage. If you have a question, let me know, either on your field notes you're working on the book work. You need to do for the page, or not the page, I'm sorry, the verse. You just go to that verse and write down the name of the king. That's all that you have to do for that. I know there's several of them there, but just look that verse up, write the king's name down, and then you're done with that one. Just move on to the next one. And then online, let me talk to you for a second. I do have your field notes. They are here, and so I'll leave them up in the office. You can pick them up, or if you would rather not pick them up and just complete them, let me give you the passages you're supposed to read. Maybe get out a piece of paper. You can write these down, and you guys know how it works. You just fill in I'll give you the passage, you fill in the thing that you learned from it. That's all you have to do. So if you can just take out a regular piece of paper and do them on those. But I will leave them up there as well if you want to pick it up, okay? So for Monday, you were supposed to read Matthew 22, verses 1 through 22. Matthew chapter 22, verses 1 to 22 was Monday. Tuesday is Matthew chapter 22, verses 23 to 46. Matthew 22, verses 23 to 46. Wednesday, Matthew 23, verses 1 to 22. 23, 1 to 22. And the last bit of reading you had to do for the week is Thursday, and that was Matthew 23, verses 23 to 39. Matthew 23, verses 23 to 39. Okay, so those are the 4 days of reading. Again, you can just do that on a piece of paper there at your house. You just write down the reference, Write down what did you learn from God's word today, just like what you usually do. Two last things you need to put down. What is your big takeaway for the week? And again, you guys know how to do that. Just a takeaway you had either from your Bible reading, something we talked about in class, takeaway for the week. And then the last thing you need to do is write your memory verse for your field notes there, and that is Psalm 1, verses 2 and 3. Psalm 1, verses 2 and 3. So, again, online, I will leave these up there for you. You can go pick them up. Easiest thing is probably just get out a piece of paper and just the ones I just went over with you. You just do that, and you don't even have to worry about coming and picking it up here at the school, because you got everything you need. Make sure the only thing you're working on right now should be Bible. I think we know that. Anybody done with your Bible work in the book? See, a few of you are very close, so that's good. I know it takes a little bit of time. That's why we moved it back to Thursdays. Go ahead. I know you may be working on your Bible book. Let's not work on that anymore. You are going to go to, well, take out your books, turn to page 95. Page number 95 is where we're going to look at. Again, pages 96 and the very top of 97. I think there's, what, like 3 or 4 near the top. Let me check. Oh, more than I thought. There's like 7 of them. All right, so 7 of them there at the top of page 97. You will do all of those for homework. That is a homework grade. I will come by on Thursday. Thursday I'll come by first thing. Check that really quick. It's an easy 100. It takes a little bit of time, but hopefully I'm looking around. Some of you, very good jump on that. Easily by tomorrow you'll be done with it. And the rest of you, maybe just you're going to have to spend a little bit more time, maybe in study hall, or I will give you time on tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day in class that you'll have time, but I will give you some time tomorrow. All right? Take out your books. Turn to page number 95. Page 95. I apologize today. My computer is not hooking up to the USB, so it's not bringing it up here. So we'll just listen, and I'll give you the notes that you're going to need to have to put in there, but you do need to listen today as we go over those. All right? No, we're going to jump in. I was going to do a game, but took a little bit longer there. All right, you're on page number 95. So I'm going to go over the first. You should have that first paragraph filled in. If not, let me just go over it again. Jeroboam rebelled against King Solomon. Today we're going to look at why he's rebelling against King Solomon. Rebelled against King Solomon. Abijah predicted God would take away 10 tribes from Solomon and give them to Jeroboam. How many tribes are there? 12. There's 12 tribes, right? So Abijah says that 10 means how many are left with Rehoboam? Very good math. All right, 2. 2 are left with Rehoboam. And but God allowed Solomon to die in peace. He didn't lose part of his kingdom, but his son did. So today, make sure, guys, don't be working on the other page there. Make sure we're following along here. Today we're going to look at what happened. How was the kingdom divided? How many kings have we had so far? How many kings of Israel? At the time of Rehoboam, how many have been before him? Just tell me. We've had Saul, David, Solomon, right? Saul, David, Solomon have come before Rehoboam, so Rehoboam is your 4th king. Okay, your 4th king of Israel. And by the time we get to the 4th king of Israel, it's going to be a divided kingdom. What happens here is Rehoboam becomes king, and he brings in people and asks them, does a good thing. Says, how can I be the best king for these people? And he brings in the guys that sort of helped his dad. They're all sitting there. So these are older guys. And he says, okay, guys, I'm a new king. Tell me, how can I be the best? And these guys begin to explain. They said, well, you know what? What I think would help you, your dad was pretty hard on the people. Solomon was very wealthy, right? He built a lot of things. He built a temple. He built different cities. But you know how he did that? He forced a lot of people into work. He sort of made them work for him. And he made them work hard. And so what the advisors say, make it a little bit easier on them. Hey, if you go, you make it easier on them, they will follow you. They will listen to you. Sounds good. He says, okay, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. Then he calls in some other people. These are his peers. What does peers mean? When you hear that, when somebody's saying these are the people's peers, what does that mean? You may have heard that terminology before. If not, you will hear it at some point. What does that mean? Emma, what do you think when you hear somebody say, these people are my peers or something like that? People that will guide you and help you, yeah, they certainly can. Yes? Not quite. Close. Here's what peers are. Let me tell you who the peers are in here right now. Yes? Okay, your peers are all of the students in here. So what does that mean? That means people that are like the same, sort of the same as you. Like the same age, your friends, all of those. Those are your peers. Okay? And so that's how you fit in with everybody else. And so he's called in people that have already been doing this for a long time. They've advised his dad for a while. They've been helping run the kingdom for a while. And now he calls in all of his friends. All of the young guys. That's what the Bible says. He calls in the younger guys. He says, okay, guys, what should we do? And these guys are like, hey, here's what we're going to do. The people need to know who's in charge. And so to make sure they know who's in charge, man, your dad was hard on them, but you've got to come in and be harder. You've got to come in and show them, hey, my dad, he was hard, but he's nothing like what I'm going to be. I'm going to rule with an iron fist. You guys will listen to me, and you will obey me. So he has two totally different perspectives given to him. One, you've got to ease up. The other, you've got to come in and rule hard. These are the two things that we're told. So the people come back to Rehoboam and say, okay, Rehoboam, what's your decision? How is this going to work? And Rehoboam goes on and says, hey guys, you thought my dad's rule was hard. It's going to be nothing like mine. I'm in charge. You will follow me. You will listen to me. And so the people went to Jeroboam. By the way, so here's the thing. What mistake did Rehoboam make? And I'm going to give you these because, again, I apologize. My computer is not hooking up today for whatever reason. That he would be tougher on Solomon. The mistake he made, he told the people that he would be tougher on them than Solomon. Again, this is how it plays out. His peers, his friends, they're like, man, you got to let him know who's in charge. And that's what he tells them. It's this. Because he does not listen to the advice of people that really could have helped, he listened to the advice he wanted to hear. Then go to Jeroboam. So the people of Israel do when Rehoboam refused to listen to them? They went to Jeroboam and made him king. They went to Jeroboam and made him king. This is what happens. There's a good lesson for us to learn here. Okay? It is always wise to get advice. The Bible talks about that at great length. In fact, do you know who talked about that first? Who wrote the book of Proverbs? Who wrote? Everybody. It was in the Bible, but it was specifically written to somebody. His son. You know what son he specifically wrote that book to? Rehoboam. And in the book of Proverbs, he talks a lot about in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. With much counsel, there is wisdom. He's writing this to Rehoboam, and Rehoboam at first seems to heed this advice. And he goes to different people and he asks them, what's the best thing for me to do? And let me say this, when you are going to make a decision, it is always good to go to people for advice. It's a good thing to do. Here's the issue. Who are you ultimately going to listen to? Because here's what happens too much. Do you know what I like to do when I want advice? I go to the people who I know are going to agree with me. And the people there's times, I did this when I was a teenager. I wouldn't go ask advice from my parents. You know why? Because I already knew what they were going to say. I already knew it. And I knew what they were going to say was not what I wanted to hear. So you know who I found? My friends or people I knew would be like, oh yeah, go ahead and do that. That's good. So I'm like, oh, I'm getting counsel, but I'm only getting the counsel I want. We've got to make sure now, especially sometimes at this age, we fall into this trap of thinking that we know more than a lot of people. And in some ways, you may. But we feel as if, and here's, I'm just going to be honest with you what happened when I was your age. I felt like my parents did not understand me. They didn't know what was going on. And there was no way that their advice would ever help me. That's the way I felt. But I was wrong. I was very wrong. They did understand. I understood a little bit. They were the same age as you at one point. Here's how they understand a little bit. You know what? Your parents know you pretty well. They see your quirks. We all have quirks, don't we? They see what sort of frustrates you. They see those things, and so they know you, and when they're giving advice to you, it's good to listen to it. I'll tell you, for me, a time that changed my life was when I was 18, and I went away to college. My family was in Indiana. I came to California. I didn't really know anybody in California, and you know what happened as soon as I got to California? My parents became a whole lot smarter. Say, what happened? I just realized that I didn't know everything. And that my parents, they had a little bit more wisdom than I wanted to, than I gave them credit for when I was younger. And let me just say this, as you look at making decisions in your life, go to people that have made some similar decisions like that. There's nothing wrong with going to many people for advice. But can I recommend some people that you would go to for advice? Your parents. Why your parents? Because they're older than you, of course. They know you better than other people do. At school, you can, okay, I'll give you an example. Now, I know this isn't the truth with any of you. I'll just tell you, my youngest child, not my youngest, I keep saying that, Camden, he is 4 years old. He just started school, okay? Camden had been, I would say without a doubt, my most difficult child so far. Like, Camden is that guy that he gets to points where he just will not listen. I know that's none of you. But that's what he's like. And I know certain things that if this happens, it's going to upset him and he's going to throw a big fit and all of that stuff. I know that. If I were to go up and talk to his teachers right now, though, if I were to talk to right now, he's got Mrs. Johnson, Mrs. Winder, they will tell me how good of a boy he is. Oh yeah, he always obeys. He does exactly what we ask him to do. Now that's not exactly what he did last night at home, but that's how he is here. So sometimes we can we can act a certain way someplace and act a different way other places, but usually it's at home where we're typically our most real. Where we sort of like just let down and we let people know when we're frustrated with them. At school or think about the things, I'll just be honest, there's things I would say to my parents I would have never said to a teacher. Never would have. But I felt like I could say it there. And I shouldn't have. But I'm just being real with you and being honest as far as when I was your age and some of the regrets I had. When I look at Rehoboam, I see a guy who acted like he wanted advice, but the truth was he only wanted people to agree with him. That's what he wanted to do all along. So he goes to the first guys, and they're not telling him what he wants to hear. You know what he does? He goes to somebody else who's going to tell him what he wants to hear. And when he does what he wants to do, he loses the majority of his kingdom. I mean, think about this. 10 tribes leave. Let me just go down here. The 10 tribes followed Jeroboam. Levi's tribe was spread over Israel. Therefore, Levites sided with both groups. Why is that? Somebody remember, why would the Levites side with both groups? Why is that? They make the sacrifice. And remember, the Levites did not. Everybody else had, if you look in your Bible that had the maps of all of the tribes where they're at, you will not see a part or a portion for the tribe of Levi. That is because they were scattered all throughout. So the Levites, so 10 tribes settle with Israel, what it's going to be called. There's only really one tribe that remains with Rehoboam. That's the tribe Judah. So that's your next right there. Which tribe followed Rehoboam? Judah is really the only one. Judah. He has lost the majority of his kingdom because of the choice he made. Majority of people. He has lost the majority of land. Remember who his dad was, right? Very, very wealthy. Peace. All of this. He makes a decision. He loses all of that. In fact, Rehoboam and Jeroboam are going to spend basically a lot of time fighting against each other. His dad had peace. He doesn't. We see what other tribe helped Rehoboam by supplying soldiers for his army? Benjamin. Benjamin. So that's your next blank right there, Benjamin. Do make sure to fill these in. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why it's not picking it. But I will we'll go back over these just in case it's easier. I think we should be able just to follow along and get it there. All right. Here we go. What mistake did Jeroboam 25 to 30? So Jeroboam comes up and he is going to be the one that is in charge of the northern kingdom. So we'll talk about this. It's going to be divided into northern kingdom, southern kingdom, northern kingdom. Southern kingdom go by the name of Judah, and you're going to fill that in. Jeroboam becomes the king. Jeroboam is going to make a mistake quickly as well. Jeroboam looks at this and he says, there's a problem. Here's what his problem is. Every Jewish male was commanded to go to the temple every year. Every year. There were about 3 times to go to the temple. Do you know what Jeroboam's problem is? Do you know where the temple's at? What kingdom is it in? The southern kingdom. It's in Rehoboam's kingdom. So here's what Jeroboam's concerned about. Now wait a minute. If they go down there, then you know what's going to happen? They're going to go down there and then they're going to begin to like the people down there. They're going to begin to say, hey, why did we separate anyways? Let's go back to one nation and I'm going to lose my kingdom. So here is Jeroboam's grand idea. I can't let them go back down to Jerusalem. Why were they going to Jerusalem? What were they going down there to do? Yes. Visit the temple to worship God. That's where God's presence was at, the seat of it. And so they were going there to worship God. So here's what Jeroboam said. I have to make, because if they go down there and worship God, they will eventually turn away from me and my kingdom. So to protect my kingdom, I will go ahead and I will make other gods. Let's make sure we're not doing that, all right? So here's what happens. He sets up, bring in pictures tomorrow. There's actually in the northern part of his kingdom, in Dan, in the southern part of his kingdom, which I believe it was in Bethel. I'd have to check that one for sure. He sets up 2 different places that they set up as basically temples where you can go and you can worship the God that they have set up there. Worship here. You're free to worship here. You don't have to make that. In fact, I'll make it even easier. Some of you way up in the north by the Sea of Galilee, that's a long trip for you to make every year. I don't want you guys to have to miss work for that long, to have to travel. I'm going to make it easy. I'm thinking of you. And they set up, it's a very similar way that they would worship. They would have these sacrifices. They would do this. But they set up 2 different places where they can go and they can worship God. And the whole reason that he does this is them to be back in Jerusalem. So what mistake did Jeroboam make? He turned to idols. This is your last one on page number 95. He turned idols and set up golden calves in Bethel and Dan. Guess I should have just read my notes. It would have told me. Huh? Bethel and Dan for the people to worship. Let me give you that one more time. I know there's a little bit to write in there. What mistake did Jeroboam make? He turned to idols and set up golden calves in Bethel and Dan for the people to worship. Bethel and Dan. God has the nation of Israel. He has miraculously provided for them. They went through a time after Joshua passes away. Remember, we went through the judges. Everybody did that which was right in their own eyes. That ended when they said, we want a king. He gives them Saul, who starts out well, then is going to go do his own thing. He gets rid of Saul and puts in David, a man after God's own heart. Not a perfect man. No, we looked at David's mistakes. Some very big ones. Followed God. The next king of Israel is Solomon. Solomon, he gives wisdom like he's never given to anybody else. He's given riches like he's given to very few kingdoms. Solomon builds one of the most magnificent temples ever constructed. But he turns from God. He disobeys God. He's going to go ahead and to go out there and marry many, many women and allow them and the different influences that he allows in his life to turn his heart from God and basically begin worshiping other gods. And because of that, the kingdom is divided. And that's where we come to Rehoboam, his son. Rehoboam, I want some counsel, but I only want you to say what I want to hear. He follows the bad advice. Because of that, the kingdom is split in two. We're going to see Israel in the north, Judah in the south. And really, for most of the rest of the Old Testament, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about two separate nations. When we look at Israel, you guys are putting down the kings of Israel. There is not one single king that follows God in Israel. Not one. In fact, many times it feels like they're trying to outdo each other with turning away from God. Judah has a few, not very many. And we're going to see what happens because a nation that started out so well turns its back on God. So, what you guys need to work on, pages 96 and 97, the star or whatever beside that, you don't have to do it, but you can. It's pretty easy when you read it. Usually it says the king's name and it says if they did that which was right in the sight of God. That would tell you if they're a good king or not, but you don't have to. And finish up that for Thursday, all right? You guys can be dismissed.
Testing 2. Testing, testing, testing.
Mistake.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. There you go. Okay. And she's got 2 copies. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Hopefully, my mic is giving me the red indication, yellow and red. So hopefully it's coming through now. But Mia, thank you for that update, and I'm glad I took your message. Okay. Okay, so a cirque. It's where a glacier. Yes, sir. The fastest glacier. Yep. Shh, girls. Okay, so these bowl shapes, they were where a glacier was. Okay, but that glacier had melted. Okay, and because of what it created, it left this bowl shape, and now in a lot of places these craters have become lakes. Okay, like Crater Lake, yeah. Okay, like just the same thing as what an extinct volcano happens. It gets filled up with the lava, solidifies in there, and now you have this bowl shape, and the water gets in there naturally, and it fills up, and then you have a crater lake. Okay, same perspective, same idea that's going on. The second effect is called a arete, okay, a sharp ridge that divides 2 cirques. Okay, so you've got your 2 ridges that's dividing the cirques. Then you have, letter C, the horn. Okay, and this is where Disneyland got its idea, Matterhorn. Okay, it's an artificial glacier. It's the best I can say it. Okay. Okay. Ladies. Okay. Hey, not going to get off on Disneyland sidetrack. So, anyway. A horn, a sharp steeple-shaped point out of a mountain where there are more cirques cut into a mountain. Okay? So even in these pictures, you can see all the different cirques that have been divided. Okay? And the arêtes, the sharp edges. Okay? Fourth, letter D, the fjord. This is formed when a glacier-carved valley gets filled with seawater. Okay? So the valley itself is being filled with water, and so you have what's called a fjord. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'll talk to you about it. Okay. Okay, so fjord. Valley formed water, or water formed in the valleys of ladies, quiet. Next, number 5, the stria. These are large, deep grooves and scratches in the rock produced by glaciers. Now what's happening here is the length of these strias that you see on these pictures has been evidence of how far a glacier has moved. Okay? So as the glacier is moving, these are the grooves that are left behind. Okay? The grooves that are on the bottom of the glacier, okay, or I should say the rocks that are on the bottom of the glacier are carving these grooves as it's moving down the mountain. Okay? And so that's your striae. Then you have the tills. These are the huge or large quantities of broken rocks that a glacier carries along and then dumps it as it's melting. Okay? So because it's creating the striae, it's digging these grooves in, okay? Well, that dirt that it's picking up, you know, when you scrape your finger in some dirt, it piles up in front of your finger, okay? That's the same thing that we're talking about, only at a larger scale with these glaciers. So what happens is that the till comes along after the grooves are made because of what the leftover dirt that the glacier's making in the rock and in the dirt, okay? And so all these piles, these huge quantities of rocks that are left over are created because of the grooves that the rocks in the glacier are making as they're sliding over it, okay? Now, these are just the huge broken ones. Let's take it one more step further. You have what's called the moraines. These are piles of debris left behind when a glacier melts. Okay? So as the glacier melts, then you get all of these clumps of rocks that were created because of the grooves. Okay? And because of the grooves being made, you had these piles of till that were happening. And then when the glacier finally left, the tills, the group of tills, became the moraines. Okay? And then you have the drumlins. These are a low hill formed when a glacier overruns a moraine. Okay. That's exactly right, Cody. Not during class, please. Okay. Okay. Then, from the drumlins, have you kind of felt a little bit of a pattern developing? So one thing creates another, and it creates another, creates another, creates another, and pretty soon you have the final effect of going on. After the drumlins, you have what's called the meltwater. Okay? The meltwater are streams of water developed under a glacier as it melts. Okay? If you've ever taken a simple thought on this, if you've ever taken an ice cube and just set it on a piece of, or a table or paper plate or something on your desk or whatever, the water that's melting, the water that's forming underneath that ice, the ice cube represents the glacier. Okay? So the water that's melting from the glacier, the ice cube, is now called the meltwater because it's water that has melted from the glacier. Okay?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
what's that creature bottom left?
It's the Loch Ness Monster of Ascalon.
It's a person. Lie. That is not a person. Yes, it is.
That's a person in a kayak.
Or a kayak.
Okay. Then, from the meltwater, you have what's called the outwash. Okay? These are the deposits of sand, gravel, and other sediments left behind beneath the ice. Okay? Now, as it's making the grooves down the rock, down the dirt, Okay? Not all of it is coming along with the glacier. Some of it gets left behind, and that's what we got here is the outwash. Okay? And then last you have the kettles. These are the large holes in the ground left behind from the melting of the huge chunks of glacial ice. Okay? So the huge chunks, the huge holes, the kettles that are formed. Okay? So that's DLs, that's going to conclude the lesson today. Your homework is just basically to read pages 111 to 113. But like I said, and maybe you didn't hear me because of the microphone, my fault. So let me re-say it. I'm going to hand out quiz 10. Quiz 10 is open book. I'm doing that because of everything that's been going on and haven't been able to give you a review sheet for that. But quiet. But because I'm trying to get things organized back, get my mind straight around all getting back into this and everything, you don't have this, DLs. And so I've got to try to figure out how to get it to everybody that's doing DL right now. So don't worry about this right now. I'll get it to you when you get it done, send me a picture back of it completed, or get it back to me somehow. But right now, this moment, don't worry about it. I'll get it to you, but just read pages 111 to 113, and then we'll deal with this when the time comes for you. I'm going to hand this out in class. This is their homework tonight, okay, along with reading. So, DLs, that's going to conclude today's lesson. Tomorrow we'll pick up on lesson 51 and proceed on from there, okay? Have a great day. Tune in tomorrow for another December topic on glaciers. We'll see you.
see. Hello? Hello, hello. I know. I don't understand why. All right, guys. Okay, so quick scan. Some of you guys did not turn in your homework at all. So know that that is greatly affecting your grades. So I'm just going to go through the list of who I'm still missing stuff from the weekend. So I'm missing, let's see, Erica, if you're online. I'm missing your words 2 times. Cody, I'm missing your spelling words and your definition 6 through 10 2 times. Okay, I only got 1 through 5. I'm 1 through 5 from you. And then also, Joey, I'm missing your list 8, but we just went over that already. I'm also missing your reading quiz that we had on the slide. Okay, that you had to put on a piece of paper. If you're missing it, let me know, and then I'll just give you the questions. That is over pages 95 to 99. Okay. Chase, I'm missing stuff from you. I'm missing your vocabulary 1 through 10 2 times and your words. Also missing your reading quiz. Okay. Destiny, I'm missing your words 2 times. Okay. So I did get 1 through 10 for your vocabulary, but I need your spelling words. Okay. So please get those turned into me today. Eliana, I'm also missing your vocabulary words and definitions 1 through 10 2 times, and your spelling words 2 times, and also your reading quiz. Okay? Reading quiz, and then, let's see, Kayla, I'm also missing your vocabulary words. I just got your spelling words. Okay, so vocab, the words, and the definitions twice. Okay? And then also your reading quiz. Oh, I have it. Just kidding. Okay, Aaron, if you can hear me. Hello? It doesn't look like you can hear me. Oh, hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Okay. Cheyenne, I'm missing your vocabulary stuff. Words and definitions 1 through 10 for your vocabulary twice, and then your your spelling words twice. Then I'm also missing your reading quiz. Okay, so we took a reading quiz online that everyone needed to turn in over the homework that was assigned. Jose, I'm missing stuff from you, so please turn that in. And then Jaden, I'm missing your spelling words twice and your reading quiz. Okay. Desriel, I'm also missing your reading quiz, so turn that in. Tyler, I'm missing your spelling words and your vocabulary. So do the list twice. I know Nico had your book, but just turn that into me by today, okay? Give me 1 second, Bella, okay? And then John, I'm missing your words 2 times. Okay, sounds good. And then who else? Nico, I'm missing your words 2 times and your reading quiz. I took all the papers with me today. We'll go over it again. I'll look through it one more time, but and then Mia, if you're listening, I am missing a lot from you as well. So I'll send you an email about that. But bottom line, if you haven't turned anything, do that, because right now it's greatly affecting your grade. Okay, we haven't had that much tests or quizzes this quarter. So if you did really bad or you didn't turn in anything and I put in a 0, that brought your grade down a lot, because that's the only thing that I could grade. Okay, so if you turn it in, then it'll greatly help your grade. Okay, everyone go ahead and turn to your vocabulary list. Number 8, I moved the quiz from today to Thursday. So for those of you who were absent yesterday, or if the stream wasn't working and you couldn't hear me as well, we moved our quiz from today to Thursday. So you have extra days to study for your vocabulary, but we do have a grammar test tomorrow. So we've been reviewing for that. We'll review again for more of that today. But let's go ahead and do exercise A, okay? Exercise A on page number 25. Then no. Okay? Exercise A, okay? For those of you, even with this book, Okay, you can still take that out. Eliana, I think you got this book as well, right? Good, okay. Exercise A, list number 8, okay? Let's look at the first one. I'm going to go ahead and give you a few minutes to work on it, so go ahead and work on it. Okay, exercise A, page 25, okay? Good. Okay, you should be working on exercise A. Exercise A. Okay, for those of you online, we're doing our vocabulary exercise A on page 25. Okay, let's go over number 1. You should have at least had that one done. Okay, the blacksmith heated the iron until it was pliable. Oh, I just gave you the word. Number 1 is pliable. And then pounded it into an andiron? Andiron? I don't know. That's what it says. Okay, for number 1 for you girls, okay, it's a little different, but number 1 is still pliable. The blacksmith heated the horseshoe until it was pliable and then pounded it onto the horse's hoof. Okay. Number 2, what is number 2? When a blank blew in, the ship headed for port. Ari? A squall. Okay, I guess we can all say it together if you guys want to do it together. Okay, number 2 is squall. When a squall blew in, the ship headed for port. Squall is a short windstorm beginning and ending suddenly. Okay? Number 3, George treats all women with blank just as he would want his mother to be treated. What is that one, class? Chivalry. Good old George. Some of you guys can learn from George. Okay, number 4. This George, the one who treats women with respect. Number 4, Jacob, and in your guys' book it says Peter, okay? As is the athletics, or that athletics should be blank to academics. Subordinate, and I definitely agree with Jacob and Peter, okay? Obviously, sports is an important part too. I love sports, but in school you need to focus on your academics, okay? Number 5, the truths of the Bible must be held with absolute blank. What is it? Certitude. Good. It is the state of being confident or sure of something, okay? You need to be sure. Boys, stop holding hands. Okay. Huh? Okay. What did I say? What did I say? One more chance, Joey. Okay? Seriously, one more chance, and then you're moving. Okay? And we have, thanks to your distant learner friends, plenty of options for you to choose from. So, okay? All right. Number 5 was certitude, okay? Number 6 in this book, girls, just give me a second, okay? But it is the same thing. My grandmother always blanks the oven when she comes to visit. Scours, okay? Scours, or Bethany always scours the house before someone comes to visit, okay? Scours means to clean by scrubbing. Number 7, the quarterback threw a blank pass to his halfback near the sideline. Lateral, good. Lateral means on toward or approaching from the side, okay? Number 8, grandparents are often blank with their children. What was that one, class? Indulgent, good. Indulgent, number 4, given to permissiveness or leniency, okay? If you have grandparents that spoil you, you are blessed. Okay, number 9. Susan has become a blank member of the team. Indispensable, okay? She's probably a starter. She's absolutely necessary, okay? Number 10, cheaper furniture will often use blank rather than solid wood. Veneers, okay? This one you can change the form of the word. Veneer is a thin layer over less valuable material, okay? Cheaper furniture will use veneers. Okay, so you need to be studying list number 8. Okay, make sure you guys are studying that for your quiz on Thursday. We do have our test on tomorrow in grammar, so go ahead and take out your grammar books. Okay, go to page in the green book, page number page number 70, page number 69 and 70. Okay, we'll do 69 right now. Whoops. And then in the blue book, it was page number 75, right? 76? 76. Okay, let's do exercise D together. Did we already do D together? All right, awesome. Okay. Yes, Emma. What was it? Yes, you may. Okay. Page number 69 in the green book and page number 70 in the blue book, or 76 in the blue book, okay? Exercise D, okay? Let's do number 1 in, on page 79, or 60, sorry, this is so confusing. 69, exercise D in the green book, okay? Number 1, I need to circle anything that needs to be capitalized and then punctuation marks where needed. Okay. Number 1, go ahead and work on that. Did you guys already do this? Okay, so go ahead and work on it, okay? Did I assign anything last night for homework? No. I did assign exercise D, didn't I? E, I thought we did over the weekend, but then you were like, it's exercise D. So it was exercise C. But I'm pretty sure I did exercise D for homework, but that's fine, okay? Who has number 1? Number 1 in the green book, okay? Someone who can actually give it a try, even if you don't have it. Okay, number 1. Winston Churchill once said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it. Ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. Cody? Okay, some of those, no, okay, number 1, I'm going to give you the answers, or you want to try, Natalie? Okay, good. Yeah. Good. Okay, so some of, oh, sorry. After deride it? Yes, okay. There is a few more, okay, everyone listen. So circle Winston Churchill, okay. I would put a comma or a colon after there, depending on how you say it, but I would put a comma there. Quotation mark before the, capitalize the. That's what Natalie said. But notice this, guys. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it. Okay, what do I need to change about those two things? Good, I need to split them because those are run-on sentences. So I would put a period after incontrovertible. Okay, period after that, and then I would capitalize the word malice. Okay, malice may attack it, comma, ignorance, or no, semicolon or a period, okay? ignorance, if I put a period after it, I would capitalize ignorance. May deride it, comma, but in the end, comma, there it is. Okay, you need to read every single aspect. Okay, if it's all run together, I need to separate those. Okay, let's do number 1, exercise D, on page 76, okay, in the blue book. Okay, number 1, in chapter 6 of Job, God's word says, how forcible are right words. Bella, what do I have for number 1? Okay, I would capitalize one more thing. God's what? Word, okay? But I would also put a comma in the chapter 6 of Job, comma. God's word says, comma, okay? So just a comma after chapter 6, okay? Let's do number 2, okay? Cheyenne, what would I do in number 2 in the blue book? Okay, where would I put any punctuation? Okay, not British. I would put it before the word a. Okay? William Gladstone, a British statesman. I would put another comma after statesman. Okay? Are there any other places where I need to put a comma? Or quotation marks? Good. Good. Okay, comma after said, quotation mark, and then a quotation mark after downfall. Okay? Let's do number 2 in exercise D on page 69. Okay, who has that one? Emma? Good. Good. Actually, did you say a comma after what? I wouldn't put a comma there. Good. No comma there. Okay. All right, so she said all of those, but this is the correct one, okay? So good on a lot of those. I would capitalize the word the. Vicksburg, General U.S. Grant. Confederate, July, then a comma after for and a period at the end. Period in between U and S, okay? And then one after the S as well. Okay, number 3, let's do Robert Browning is the author of the interesting character study poem, My Last Duchess. So this one, what do I do to poems, class? Would I underline them or I would put them in quotation marks? Quotation marks, okay? So number 3, who has number 3? Nico? Good. Robert Browning is capitalized. My Last Duchess is capitalized. Comma and quotation marks after My Last Duchess. What's my end mark? A period. Good. Okay. Number 3 on page 76. Did you know that Charles A. Lindbergh and his wife Anne often flew together when he pioneered air routes to Latin America, Asia, and Europe? Asked Samuel. Jason, what do I have there? Okay. Where would I put punctuation? Good. 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 Okay. He said quotation mark before did, capitalized did. You know that Charles, capitalized Charles. A, there's a period after the word or the letter A because that's his middle name. But I would capitalize the letter A, capitalize Lindbergh. And his wife, Anne, capitalized Anne, often flew together when he pioneered air routes to Latin America. I would capitalize Latin America, comma, Asia, comma, capitalize Europe. Asia is also capitalized. Question mark after Europe, then a quotation mark after the question mark. Asked Samuel. Samuel is a capitalized word, and then there's a period on the end. Good job, Jason. Okay, number 4. The Civil War started on April 12th, 1861, when Southern artillery shelled Fort Sumter in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina. Who can give me a shot at that one? Ari? Okay, I would not capitalize Southern artillery, and I would not capitalize harbor, okay? Those aren't actual names of things, okay? So where would I put punctuation? Sorry, what was that? After 12, and then after what? Okay. What do I do between cities and states? A comma. So I would put a comma after Charleston. Then, if the date is listed in the middle of a sentence, so for example, April 12th, 1861, you did correctly put the comma after 12, but I would also put a comma after 1861. Okay? So number 4 in the blue book would be capitalize the, capitalize civil and war. Started on April, capitalized April 12th, comma, 1861, comma, when Southern artillery shelled Fort Sumter, capitalized Fort Sumter, in the harbor of Charleston, capitalized Charleston, comma, capitalized South, capitalized Carolina, period. Good, okay? Number 4 in exercise D, page 69, in the green book, okay? Who wrote the short story, The Necklace? Asked the teacher. Chase, you want to give that one a shot? Okay. Yes, I do need one more set of quotation marks. John, can you help him out? Oh, sorry, John, I'll give you the next one, but go ahead and Chase. Not at the end, okay? So who wrote the short story, The Necklace? Asked the teacher. Is the teacher saying ask the teacher? No, so where would I put the last quotation mark? Good, after necklace. But in this case, listen well. Yes, good. Okay, so if the whole thing is in quotation marks and something in the quotation needs to be quotation marks, I would put single quotes. So it would be quotation mark before who, capitalize the necklace, put a single quotation mark before the word the, and after necklace, then it would be a question mark, then it would be the ending quotation mark, okay? Then a period on the end, okay? And then number 5, John, you want to do John's family? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. 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 Okay, I'm missing 2 things. What do we do with words that show possession? In the word John's. Good. An apostrophe before the S. And then one more, Jasmine's. Okay. Jasmine's has apostrophe. John's has an apostrophe. John is capitalized. Gettysburg National Military Park, all those words are capitalized because it's the title of a park. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, those are capitalized. There's a comma before and after Pennsylvania. Capitalized Jasmine's, capitalized Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. Good. Okay, and the number 5 in the blue book. Okay, let's do, let's see. Jasmine, you want to do number 5? Actually, that's the same exact one. Sorry, okay? That was number 5 in the blue book as well, okay? Tonight for homework, do 6 through 10, okay? 6 through 10, if you haven't done it already. For those of you in the blue book, it's 6 through 8. There's only 8 in that exercise, okay? All right, let's practice subject and verbs, okay? Subject and verbs, all right? Let's do number 1 in the green book. Jessica and Oliver go to the same school. Class, what is my subjects and what are my verbs? Good. Jessica and Oliver go. Okay? Most lobster shells are dark green or dark blue and have spots on them. Okay? Those of you in the blue book, what is my subject and verb? What was it? Shells is what? Subject. Okay. I have 2 verbs, are and have. Okay. Shells are and shells have. Okay. Number 2, the esophagus. This is number 2 in both books. Number 2, the esophagus, the heart, and large blood vessels lie in the middle of the chest. Okay. Class, what is my verb? Lie. What lie? Who or what lie? What is my subject? Good. Yeah? Okay. Esophagus, heart, and vessels. Those are all my subjects. Okay? This is number 3 in the green book and number 4 in the blue book. Groves of giant sequoia trees cover parts of California. Who knows my subject and my verb? Emma? Good. Groves is my subject. Cover is my verb. Okay? This is number 4 in the green book and then number 8 in the blue book. An honest man's word is as good as his bond. Tyler, you want to give it a try? What's my subject and what is my verb? Is my verb. Okay, it's not saying honest man is, it's saying his words. Okay, so words is my subject. Okay? The number 5 in the green book, Michael, Philip, and Josh are on the basketball team. Okay? Micah? Subject and verbs. Good. Michael, Philip, and Josh are my subjects. Are is my verb. Okay? Number 5 in the blue book. Okay? The poetry of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow has been read to thousands of children. Who knows my subject and my verbs? Jasmine? Good. Poetry has been read. Okay? Nora is taking a class in personal finance this fall. That's number 6 in the green book. Cody, what are my subject and verbs in number 6? Not class. Not class is taking. Who is taking? Nora. Nora is taking. Subject and verb is Nora. Okay? Stop, look, and listen before crossing the street. Okay? What are my verbs in number 6 in the blue book? Ari? Stop, look, and listen. What is my subject? Who is stop, looking, and listening? It is an understood you. Remember, in imperative sentences, stop, look, and listen. Okay, those would be my verbs. That would be an understood. Okay? Number 7, pieces of rubber and leather have been found in stomachs of captured fish. Destiny, you want to give that one a shot? What is a verb? Pieces of rubber have been found in the stomachs of captured fish. Not captured fish. Who can help her out? What is my verb? Not pieces of rubber. John? Have been found, okay? Have been found is my verb. That's showing action, okay? What have been found? Okay, just pieces though, okay? Pieces of rubber is my entire subject, my complete subject, but if I'm underlining something, I will just do pieces. Good, okay? Rejoice in the Lord always. Who knows that one? Rejoice in the Lord always. Nico? Good. Verb is rejoice. Subject is understood. You. Okay? Laura made the lasagna, tossed the salad, baked the roll, set the table, and decorated the room for the party. Wow, that's a lot to do. Who knows that one? Emily? What else did she do? Decorated. What else did she do? What did she do to the salad? Toss. What did she do to the rolls? Baked. And what did she do to the table? Set. Okay? Tossed, baked, set, decorated. Okay? That is all your verbs. And then Laura is my only subject. Okay? Number 7 or number 8, we already did. Number 9 in the blue book, tropical rainforests of broad-leafed evergreen trees grow in the Congo River Basin. Okay, what is my subject and my verb, Cheyenne? Good. Verb is grow. Trees and rainforests are my subjects. And then number 9, Benjamin and Sophia flew to New York City for the weekend. Okay, what is my subject and my verb? Natalie? Good. Verb is flew. Benjamin and Sophia are my subjects, okay? Your homework is to finish exercise D and then exercise E, okay? Exercise D and exercise E, okay? Who remembers what I do to run-on sentences? What are run-on sentences? Who remembers? Okay. All right. Are they bits and pieces of sentences? No, okay? So they're all these sentences joined together with no structure, okay? What are the words that are bits and pieces of sentences, class? Fragments, okay? Fragments are bits and pieces of sentences. How would I correct a fragment sentence, okay? If they're all bits and pieces, what do I need to do to those? Okay, not only that, okay, if they're bits and pieces, and they're actually separated by periods already, what do I need to do to make those fragments into a sentence? Good, okay, comma and conjunction, those would separate run-on sentences, okay? When I correct fragments, I need to put a comma or capitalize words, okay? Or if, let's say, for example, it would say, let's see, our Heavenly Father, plenteous in mercy and grace, okay? That's just a random saying. But if there's different words that I need to join together, I would remove periods and then join those words together, okay? Those are fragments. With commas and conjunctions, that's when I would add those to join sentences together, okay? And then subjects and verbs and complements. How do I find the complement? Who remembers what complements do? Does anybody remember? Emma? Okay, complements complete the subject. So there you go. Ironically, complements complete, okay? Complements complete the subject. So if she is doing something, all right, let's say she passed the ball, okay? What's my verb? Passed. What's my subject? She, what did she pass? The ball. So the ball would be the word that's completing my subject, okay? So subject and verbs and complements will be on your test. So go ahead and start reviewing that for tomorrow. You guys have a test over units 1 through 4, okay? We did have a reading quiz today, but we don't have time to take it. So you need to make sure you read the story 104 to 106, okay? 104 to 106, yes. Units 1 through 4, and then your composition sections 1 through 4, okay? So let's look at it real quick. Okay, so you're going to be finding the kinds of sentences. Who remembers the 4 different kinds of sentences? What sentence makes a statement? Declarative. Good. What sentence asks a question? Interrogative. What sentence gives a command or makes a request? Imperative. And then what words show sudden feeling or sentences? Good. What goes at the end of a declarative sentence? Okay, what goes on the end of an interrogative sentence? Okay, what goes on the end of an exclamatory sentence? Okay, what 2 end marks can go on the end of an imperative sentence? Period or an exclamation point. I would just put a period if it's not an actual like strong command in an imperative sentence, but if it's something like watch out for that car, that would be imperative exclamation point, okay? Then you need to find your subject and your verbs. You need to circle the complements. Basically, those ones are completing the action, okay? Then you need to identify words as sentences, fragments, or run-ons, okay? So sentences, fragments, or run-ons, we just went over that one. Then we just practiced capitalization in manuscript form. What do I do to the word honorable if there's the word the? Spell it out. So remember, if the word the is before the word honorable in the first and last names, I need to spell it out, okay? Punctuation, we practice punctuation, so you need to make sure you put quotation marks all around all the stuff that they say. End marks, okay? What are the 2 types of outlines? There's a topical outline and a sentence outline, okay? So there are 2 kinds of outlines. Topicals, they obviously have words and phrases. Sentences have, sentence outlines have sentences within them, okay? What is, okay, so a summary of the sort selection. Everyone kind of turn to summary really quickly. I know it's at 10:49, but I want you guys to know this. Summary is on page number 282, and then summary in your, hang on guys, summary in your blue book is on page 17, okay? This is what you need to know, okay? Chase it down. A summary of the short selection should be no longer than 1/3 of the length, okay? So 1/3 of the original, it can't be any longer than that, okay? So a summary of the short selection should be no longer than 1/3 of the original. Cody, do you have that? 1/3, okay? Also, another name for summarizing sentence, okay? The summarizing sentence at the end of a paragraph. Who remembers that one? Does anybody remember that one? Okay, at the end of a paragraph, the summarizing sentence, okay? That one would be, the paragraph occasionally needs to end with a summarizing sentence, all right? So another name for that would be the clincher, okay? Another name for the summarizing sentence would be a clincher. That's the end of the story. Okay? What is the term that refers to points on an outline where they need to have the same grammatical structure? Starts with a P. Do you remember? Okay? That is in your outline section. They need to be parallel. Okay? That's when they all need to end the same. And then the last thing you do need to know is the 3 ways to develop a paragraph. Remember, that's giving examples, telling incidents, and providing reasons. Okay, we did have one of those on our quizzes. The 3 ways to develop a paragraph are giving examples, telling incidents, and providing reasons. That's on page 278 for those of you who don't know. And then for those of you in the blue book, that's in your paragraph section on page 78. Okay? And then you just need to diagram subject and verbs. Okay? Diagram subject and verbs. Okay? Does anybody have any questions about the test tomorrow? Awesome. Okay, sorry I kept you over for a little bit, but you guys are dismissed. Yes.
My mom just dropped off cupcakes at the office. You want me to go get them?
Is your birthday today?
No, it was on Saturday.
Oh, okay. Yes, you can go get them.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Let's go ahead and get started. You guys need to go ahead and get out your textbooks. We are on page 130. Page 130 in your text. Page 130 in your text. If you have homework to turn in to me physically, please bring it up. Other than that, please submit your stuff on Google Classroom. Speaking of Google Classroom, before I forget, listen up because this is both for everyone in here and distance learners, okay? If you can at all, get on Google Classroom, okay? There is a question on there for tomorrow that I need answered today, okay? That's specifically, are you going to be here tomorrow, okay? I don't have track of who all went distance learning and all that. And those of you who are distance learning especially have to answer the question because that's how I'm going to know who to create accounts for the distance learning quizzes. If you already are a distance learner and have a password, there's an option for that. There's an option for became a distance learner, so don't have a password. I need to make one for you. And then there's an option for you guys here. I'll be in class. Don't worry about it. Okay? So if you guys will please just help me out. It's a single question. It's not graded. I just need to know so that way I can get people set up for remote quizzing if needed. All right. So with that out of the way, speaking of which, in case you didn't get that, tomorrow you have a quiz over 3.5 to 3.6a. Okay? 3.5 through 3.6a. So you guys have a quiz tomorrow over 3.5 to 3.6a. All right. That should be stalled long enough. We're on page 130. We're talking about 3.7, translation and evaluation, which sound like extremely big, scary words, like this is going to be some deep mathematical concept. It's really not. You've already been doing all of this. Okay? Translation, okay, if you've ever done a story problem ever, you have done some translation. Okay, if you are, or if for evaluation, if you've ever plugged in numbers to a formula, you've done evaluation. Okay, so this is stuff you already know. This should be review. We're going to go over it because we're going to do things like you aren't used to because we're going to expand it, but it shouldn't be new. Okay, so that's kind of the idea. Algebraic expressions and equations are a shorthand method for expressing worded statements. For instance, the distance formula states distance traveled is equal to the product of rate and time. Can you imagine if you had to write that every time? Okay? There's a reason math has symbols. Okay? It's to make it easier. Okay? A lot of people are like, man, math wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for all the symbols. No, math would be way worse. Okay? If you didn't have all the symbols. Using algebra, this formula can just be written as just D equals RT. Done. Okay, it's a lot faster to convey what you mean using that method. So this table here of keywords and algebraic meanings on the screen is also on the top of page 130 in your textbook. You should know this table. Okay, I'm not going to make you where you have to write it all, but basically if I show you multiply by, you should know it's multiplication. If I show you less than, you should know it's subtraction. And so on. Okay, that's really all I'm looking for. Real quick thing, there is one key word in mathematics that you need to know. It's the word than, T-H-A-N. Okay? The word than is mathematics reverse card. Okay? You always write the numbers in the order they're given unless you see the word than, then you flip it. Okay? So if I say 9 less 3, I would write 9 minus 3 on the paper. If I say 9 less than 3, it's 3 minus 9. Okay? Do you see the difference? That's the only time numbers can flip. The same thing is true with more than, although we usually let more than slide because addition can switch. No problem. And so anytime you see the word than, that's the reverse card. They also mentioned subtracted from also flips it. We don't use from a lot, but from also is a reverse card. So from and then, or than, sorry, are your two reverse cards. Translating word phrases and sentences into algebra is an important skill for solving word problems. Table B lists several keywords that indicate arithmetic operations. Additionally, there are also keywords and phrases that indicate other algebraic symbols, such as parentheses, variables, and equal sign. The phrase, the quantity, is used to indicate that the following expression should be placed in parentheses. So if I say the quantity of x plus 3, that means x plus 3 is going to go inside parentheses. Okay? That's what the word quantity means. It means we're going to have a group. Okay? Let me see here. The phrase a number indicates an unknown which should be represented by a variable. Okay? It's kind of counterintuitive that when we see the words a number, you should put a letter. Okay? But that's just what happens. Okay, we don't know the number. Finally, the keyword is often indicates equality and translates as an equal sign. Below is a table that gives algebraic expressions of several phrases and words. Okay? So if I say the ratio of x and 4, we would write x over 4. If I have half the quantity of y increased by 9, okay, so I'm going to have half of the quantity. That means I'm going to have half the parentheses. Does that make sense? And then I'm going to put in parentheses what I'm told next. Okay? Which is y increased by 9. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, that keyword quantity is new. Okay, so that's something you're going to have to get down pretty quick. Quantity means you're about to do parentheses. Same thing would happen if we said half of the sum. Okay, does that make sense? That means the addition problem we're about to do is in parentheses because it's half the answer, not half the next number. Okay? 5 times the number squared, you have 5n squared. Okay? Because again, we don't know the number. They're using n in some of these examples here. The letter you choose doesn't matter. I would avoid t if you can help it, because it can look like a plus sign. You'll notice that if I ever write a t, it has a tail. Okay, that's so I can tell the difference between t and plus sign. Same reason I cross my z's, so I can tell the difference between z and 2. So especially once you get into college math and everything starts to blur together, because you're just trying to copy down stuff off the board. Yeah, that's the reason why I cross certain symbols and letters. So anyway, yes.
Should we avoid S and X as well?
X is there's no avoiding x, so that's why we just don't use the time sign, because that takes care of that. As far as s, s is fine as long as you keep it clear that it's an s and not a 5. Also, I've mentioned this before. Make sure that you keep lowercase letters lowercase. It does matter. It may not seem like it matters because right now you're only ever dealing with one letter. In later math, each letter has its own meaning. Okay, so capital T will be different from lowercase t. In physics, capital T means temperature, lowercase t means time. Okay, so we can use the upper and lowercase as separate variables. Okay, I doubt that they would ever be in the same problem, but just get in the habit now. Okay, let me see here. The product of 3 and a number, so we have 3 times something we don't know, equals 12. All right. 8 is 5 less than a number. Well, 8 is, so 8 equal sign. 5 less than, there's the reverse card, so it's minus 5, and then something we don't know, so n. Okay, or x. Okay. If you don't use the same letter that the book does, I won't mark you wrong. Okay. That's just, we have to have something there. All right. That's translation. Let's get some practice with it. Go to practice 3.7 on page 131. And I want you guys to quickly do numbers 1 through 12 on your own paper. We'll go over it here in just a minute. Okay, you guys are quickly doing that. Real quick, distance learners, we will be back very shortly. Just work on numbers 1 through 12, practice 3.7. I'm going to turn off the screen for a minute because I'm getting it set up for the answers. But past that, you guys just keep working. I'll be back on shortly. All right, whether you are done going through it or not, hopefully you have enough to know how you're doing. Let's go ahead and go through this now and look at how you should have written these answers. First of all, you have 4 times b. All right, so we're going to have 4b. That's it. We don't need a time symbol because just side by side works. Okay. The sum of 2 and x, well, sum means what operation? Addition. So I'm going to have 2 plus x. Okay, pretty straightforward. All right, s divided by 6, well, I'm just going to put s over 6. If you wrote s division symbol 6, that's correct. However, in algebra, we tend to prefer fractions whenever possible. Okay. Number 4, 3 decreased by c. That means I'm going to have 3 minus c. There was no than, there's no from. Okay, so there's no reverse. You just write it in order. Number 5 is a cubed, so we just write a to the 3rd power. That's what that means. Okay? 12 less than a number. There's a reverse card, so I see 12 less, so I'm going to write minus 12, and then a number I don't know, n. Okay? You could have used x, you could have used q, I don't care. You could use shrub. Okay, please don't do drawings, pick letters. Okay? You could do stick man. No, seriously, use letters. Okay, but like, as long as you represented it somehow, I'm good. All right, 7 times the quantity of m minus 5. So we have 7m minus 5. There's no than, there's no from. It doesn't flip at all. All right. Whoops, it says quantity. It says quantity. Quantity, I missed it. And I just went on about how you guys need to watch for that word because it'll catch you. All right, quantity means parentheses. So I'm going to have 7 times parentheses m minus 5. Thank you for saying something. All right. Any questions on 1 through 7? Okay. Numbers 8 through 12. Number 8, the quotient of d squared and g. Well, we're just going to put d squared over g. That is the quotient. Quotient means division. We represent division by fractions. Number 9, z increased by the ratio of x and y. So z plus x over y. Ratio is also a key word for a fraction. The product of, 4 more than a number is 11. Notice, first of all, we have the word than. There's a reverse card. So we're going to have plus 4. 4 more than a number is equals 11. If you wrote 4 plus 11, okay, 4 plus n, if you wrote 4 plus n, technically it would get you there, okay, because addition can be moved around. But the way it should be worded is n plus 4, okay? The product of 8 and half a number, so 8 times 1/2 of a number, is 16. Alternatively, you could have written 8 times n over 2 equals 16. Either one would have worked. Okay, does that make sense? Cool. Yes? Okay. Yeah, it's 1/2 times the number. Of means times. Good? Okay. All right, number 12, the sum of a number and twice that number is 9. So first of all, sum means what? Add. So I have a number, and how would I represent twice a number? Yeah, times 2. So 2n is 9. Okay? Does that make sense? You need all of it. All right. So that's translation. So far, so good? Okay. Let's talk about evaluation. You've done this before, whether or not you realize it. When you plug in a number to a formula, you're doing evaluation. Okay? You're saying, I know C, and it happens to be 15 degrees for this problem. It's not always 15 degrees in the formula, but for this problem, it's 15 degrees. So I'm going to plug in 15 and solve according to the order of operations. Okay? So that's the idea here. Okay? We already know this, so let's look at an example. It looks a lot different because this is not a familiar formula, but it's the same idea. So you have x cubed plus x all over y minus z, and we're given values for x, y, and z. So all you're going to do is anywhere you see x, you're going to put the value for x, which in this case is 3. And where we see y, we're going to put a 4 because that's the value of x in this, or of y in this problem, sorry. And anywhere we see z, we're going to have 2. Okay? Now, I want you guys to notice something. Whenever we, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. All right, whenever we have, whenever we're substituting in, unless there's no possible confusion, we use parentheses. So we have x cubed here, so we're going to put 3 in parentheses, and that's cubed because we're plugging in for x. X is a box, so we use parentheses to indicate the box. The reason we do that is that it's going to matter if there's a negative attached to the number. Okay? If there's a negative, we need to make sure that whatever operation is happening to that letter is happening to the whole number, which includes the negative sign. Okay? So we do that to avoid any confusion. We just introduce parentheses. Yes?
Why wouldn't you put the exponent inside?
Because that's not part of x. We're only plugging in, basically what we're doing at the beginning. This is normally how I will set it up when I'm showing it the first time. It's just they had a slide ready. All right, so I'm gonna have something cubed plus something over something minus something, and all I'm gonna do now is fill in parentheses. So where x was, I put x, or 3. Where x was, I put 3. Where y was, I put 4. Where z was, I put 2. The parentheses happen because that's where you're plugging in. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's what we're doing here. Now, they just didn't put the last set of parentheses because there's no way to confuse positive 3. Okay, does that make sense? So that's something they didn't do. Normally, I just do them all the time, especially at the beginning, so that way you guys get used to it. So we have 3 cubed. Well, 3 times 3 is? Times 3? 27 plus 3 now. 30. So the top is 30. 4 minus 2, there's nothing to do with the parentheses, so 4 minus 2 is? 2. 30 divided by 2 is? 15. There we go. Let's look at example B. We are told to evaluate negative x cubed plus 7 when x equals negative 2. So here's the key. First of all, I set up my parentheses. Then, and only then, do I plug in negative 2. Okay? Because otherwise you're going to start getting confused as to where the negatives came from and everything else. Okay? You have to go through and make sure that you do this. So, first of all, can cubed get rid of a negative? No. It's an odd number. Okay? If you have an odd exponent, the negative is going to stick around because you're going to have negative times negative, which is positive, times negative, which keeps it negative. Okay? So we have, let's figure out 2 cubed first. 2 times 2 is? Times 2? 8. Okay. So I'm going to have minus negative 8 plus 7. Negative of a negative is a positive, but we had to do the exponents first before we could deal with that negative outside. Exponents before multiplication. Does that make sense? All right. So I'm going to have positive 8 plus 7. And 8 plus 7 is? 15. There we go. It won't always be 15, by the way. It just so happens our 2 examples did. All right? So you guys are working on 13 through 21 really quickly. 13 through 21. Page 131, bottom of the page. I want you guys to work on that practice, please. All right, distance learners, I'll be right back on. Make sure you guys stick around. All right, let's go over your work. Let's see how you did. First of all, we have 7x plus 4 on number 13. When x is equal to 8, well, we just plug in. Whoops. Let's go ahead and do that. So we have 7 times 8 plus 4. 7 times 8 is? Yes. Plus 4? 60. So this should equal 60. That's it. That's all we're doing. All right. Now 11x minus 12x. Do you guys see something we can do here to make our lives a little easier? We can combine like terms. What's 11x minus 12x? Negative x. 11 minus 12 is negative 1. Yeah, why not? So we have 11x minus 12x. That gives us negative 1x, or simply negative x. Okay? And so at this point, now I can plug in. So I have negative times whatever I'm going to plug in for x. Well, that's negative 3. What's the negative of a negative? Positive 3. Now, you could have also done 11 times 3, which is 33, minus 12 times 3, which is 36, and gotten wait. Negative 3, right. So negative 33 plus 36. There we go. Huh? Then you did it wrong. Correct answer is 3. All right, number 15. All right, we have something squared plus something minus 6. So we're going to plug in 4s. 4 squared is? 16 plus 4? 20 minus 6? Good, we have 14. All right, real quick, because I'm hearing a lot of you guys shout the answer when I'm asking a different question. Make sure you listen to what I'm asking for first. Okay, thank you. Number 16, we have negative v squared plus 5. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our situation here. So negative parentheses squared plus 5. What goes in the parentheses? Negative 7. Good. All right, so first of all, what is 7 squared? 49. Does that negative survive the squaring process? No, because we have a negative times a negative. Remember, squared, that's something times itself. So we have negative 7 times negative 7. That gives us positive 49. Okay, but there's a negative in front. So now I have negative 49. So far, so good. Plus 5?
44.
Negative 44. Good. All right. Moving on to this next one, we have a fraction. So we have something plus 8 over something minus 6. In this case, that something is 8. So 8 plus 8 is?
16.
8 minus 6?
3.
2. Definitely 2. What's 16 divided by 2?
8.
There we go.
Wait, so we could have just ended up.
Yeah, it just so happens that does happen sometimes, but it's not necessarily something you would have known going into it.
What if we did? Are we?
Then you did math. All right, number 18. We have 7c plus 5d, and we're given values for both, so we're going to have 7 times c plus 5 times d. So first of all, what's 7 times 6?
42.
42. 5 times 9 is?
Negative 45.
Yes, good. I was about to introduce the negative there. So we have negative 45, positive 42. What's my answer? Negative 3. I would be writing more of it out, but I don't have a lot of room. I really should have given myself way more space than this. I don't know. Number 19. We have 3ab minus 10b, so we're going to plug in 3 times a, which is 12, times b, which is 5, minus 10 times 5. All right, so in the first one, we end up with 3 times 60, or you could do 36 times 5. It's the same thing. And you'll get, yes. All right, you get 180 minus 50 then, which is 130. So 130 is our answer, okay? Sorry, I am running out of screen space. Yes?
How do you know if that minus 10 isn't a negative 10?
Remember, minus is always plus negative.
Right.
So it's always a negative.
I'm a little confused on the 16, how you get to negative, like negative sign.
One is part of what I'm plugging in. One is part of the formula.
Oh, okay, no, that makes sense.
Cool. All right, number 20, we have negative 5.2 times 6 minus 5 squared. When we plug in, what's our answer? Anyone get this far? All right, you should have gotten negative 56.2. Okay, that's what you should get. And then finally with 21, I'm going to have to disappear off the screen. Actually, I can just do that. All right, you should get negative 56.2. I can pull that one off to the side here and do it in a minute. And then number 21, make sure you're listening. You should have 2 squared times s, which is negative 2 squared, minus 2 times negative 2. Okay? 2 squared is? 4. Negative 2 squared is? Wrong, it's 4. It's 4. Again, square gets rid of a negative. Yes. So 4 times 4 is 16. Okay? Yes? Because you're multiplying a negative by a negative. Okay. So here we have then 16. And then this ends up becoming, because we have a negative of a negative, okay, that negative multiplies all the way through, we get positive 4. And we get 20. Okay, I'm gonna go back through and do numbers 20 and 21 a bit more expanded. Okay? We got a little time. So number 20. Keyword on little. All right, so we have negative 5.2w minus x squared. When I plug in, I get negative 5.2 times w, which we're told is 6, minus x, which is 5 squared. Okay? And so now let's go through this step by step. First of all, we have 5.2 times 6. We can just do that off to the side. 2 times 6 is 12, carry the 1. 5 times 6 is 30, 31. So 31.2. So we get negative 31.2 minus, we know 5 squared. Okay, notice the negative is not in the parentheses. That's why this matters. Okay, because if it's not in parentheses, we don't count it with squaring. Okay, it just survives. So 5 squared is 25. So now I have 2 negatives being added together essentially. So we're going to keep the negative sign and we're going to add. So 0.2 just lives. Okay, we have 31.2, 25. Remember, we're lining up decimals. So we get negative 56.2.
Did you just do that in your head?
What?
31.225.
Yeah, it's really not that hard. Because you just have 5 plus 1, 2 plus 3. Yes? That's in multiplication. You have to pay attention to what operation you're doing. In addition, you keep the sign and you add. Does that make sense? Cool. Yes? Again, every minus sign is a plus negative. So essentially we have this. It's understood. Okay, if you had this, what would you do? Yeah, it's the same thing. There's no difference. Except now there's a negative in front too.
Yeah, but since wouldn't it be
Like that's not a problem.
wouldn't it be negative 31.2 plus 25?
Where are you seeing a plus sign?
Because the positives.
Okay. So I think you're talking about when we transfer this. What we would do in previous sections is we created an in-between step where we would plus, negative 25 because we're changing both signs. Okay? It's the same thing. The only difference is now we don't write this step. But every subtraction means plus a negative. That's what we talked about in That's what we talked about in 3.3.
Wouldn't it be like 31.2 minus 25?
Yes, same thing. Okay, but you still have, okay, listen, even if you keep this as minus, you still have 2 numbers with the same sign. If you have 2 numbers with the same sign and it's an addition type problem, remember subtraction doesn't exist.
But you said it did exist like a week ago.
It kind of exists. It's technically negative addition. Okay, 31.2 minus 25 is the same thing as negative 31.2 plus negative 25. The only difference is we've stopped writing the step. That's it. These 2 statements are equal. This is probably the hardest part about signed numbers. Okay, you just don't overthink it. You just kind of have to roll with it, okay? All right. So our answer is negative 56.2. Let's go ahead and go on to 21 because I am out of time. Let's make sure we're not talking. Thank you. We have r squared s squared minus rs. So we have r is 2, s is negative 2, minus r, which is 2, and s, which is negative 2. Let me go through this step by step. Okay? So we have 2 squared, which is 4. I'm not going to really focus in on that one yet because, it's fine. All right, now negative 2 squared, that means we're going to have negative 2 times negative 2. Okay? Negative 2 times negative 2 is? Positive 4. So that's how that became positive. Okay? This becomes 16. All right, now we have negative 2 times negative 2 because we have to do multiplication first. So negative 2 times negative 2 is? Negative 2 times negative 2. It's positive 4. Okay, which gives us 20. All right, does that make sense? All right. Yes?
So when we look at 16 minus 2 times negative 2,
The multiplication has to be done first. Sign always comes with a number.
and wait, so we're looking at 16 negative 2 times negative 2.
Yes, because keep in mind, this can always be rewritten as 16 plus negative 2 times negative 2. Does that make sense? Because the sign has to go with the number. They're attached. Okay? That's the biggest change in this chapter. You guys are used to an elementary where the sign is completely different from the number. Cheyenne, go ahead and see me after class. Okay? That's the first thing you see. Okay? So you guys are so used to the sign being separate things from the numbers. The signs are parts of numbers now. They're always attached. You always have to deal with that. Okay? So with that in mind, you have homework 3.7 tonight, which is numbers 1 through 27 all. Homework 3.7 tonight, numbers 1 through 27 all. Also, please go on Google Classroom. Let me know if you are a distance learner and in-person attendee, or if you are a new distance learner who needs an account made. I need to know when I'm preparing my quizzes tomorrow, and it just helps me if everyone just clicks a button, because then I can just glance at it and see how many. That's kind of the idea. All right. Past that, again, quiz tomorrow over 3.5 to 3.6a. Make sure that you review sequences. That was right before the break. So make sure you look that over again. I'll try to, if you guys remind me, I'll try to review it at the very beginning of class before I give you guys the quiz. Okay? So we can remember that. Homework 3.7, it's on page 132, the whole thing. 3.5 through 3.6a, that's what the quiz is over. All right? And then finally, I'm just mentioning it because tomorrow is going to be, you're allowed to work on it after the quiz. But just mentioning it, Friday, your chapter 3 review B will be due. Okay? But that's not due until Friday. Don't worry about it. I'm just mentioning it in case I forget to mention it tomorrow on stream. All right? Yes?
Is it evens or odds? I keep mixing it up.
Odds are assigned, evens are bonus. In the review. Tonight's homework, they're all assigned. All right? Any questions? All right, I'll see you guys later.
Hello? Okay. Ladies, I'm going to move you. Next time you talk, I already gave you all a warning. You will receive demerits, okay? Quiet. Okay, welcome to class. Remember, throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. Okay, we're just going over announcements again for people that have not turned in the things from the time we had to do distant learning. I went over a few people in class already. Jose, I believe you sent me your test. That's not graded yet. Jezreel, I don't think I have your test. If you sent it to me, remind me. Let's see. Jaden, I need your test. To be honest, I don't remember what days you missed that week before Thanksgiving. Were you here Wednesday through Friday or no? Before Thanksgiving? Okay, then so you have till Friday to take it. Test 3, it's over everything we did before Thanksgiving break. We reviewed for that in class. That will be due Friday. So remind me whenever you want to take it. I have it for you. You can take that. And Nico, I don't have your test 3. It's in here right now? All right, perfect. Okay, so I'll probably get those graded either today or tomorrow. Thank you for letting me know, Cheyenne and Nico. Joey, hold your pen. It's very annoying. Just a reminder, since I'm on the stream, I am also missing some homework from Aaron and Mia. Okay, make sure you're turning that in. If you need to know specifically which ones, okay, you might not receive full credit because some of those were before Thanksgiving break, but I might give you some partial credit, and they can't hear me. Hello. 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 There we go. All right, make sure, I was just saying some announcements. Thank you for saying you're here, Jezreel. Jezreel, I need your tests. Mia and Aaron, I'm missing quite a few homeworks. Okay, if you need to know exactly which ones, you can text me. Some of them were from before Thanksgiving break, so you might not receive full credit. Remember, you have to be turning those in on time. It looks like everyone is caught up other than that. Cheyenne and John, you'll have to take that quiz from yesterday. I'll give you till Friday, so you have some time to take that. It would have been over chapter 10. 10.2 specifically, I believe, if that helps. But whenever you guys want to take that this week, write that down. Remind yourself. So John, write it down so you know you have to take quiz 11. Sure you will. If you don't remember, no, take it, you receive a 0. I'm just letting you know. Okay, I'm telling you right now, so I'm doing my job telling you. You need to take it. Now you need your job to remember, all right? See, Cheyenne's writing it down. She'll remember. Okay, it's time for history now. Pull out your notes. Okay, I believe I have some extras. Where did I put them? I'm pretty sure I have some extras. Just let me see where I put them. If I do have some extras. If I don't, I can give them to you tomorrow, but I thought I printed extras. Maybe not. Yep, here they are. Cheyenne, you said you don't want notes?
You use staples.
And hole punch. There you go.
Effective.
You sure? All right. All right, guys. Any other questions before I start? Again, I know distant learning was a little weird for some of us. If you think you're missing something, you can always ask. Okay, I can help you with that after class. Okay, but we are going to begin. Any other questions before I start? Did you get my quiz? Yes, Jezreel, I did get your quiz. But I need your test, test 3. Okay, yesterday we were talking about, or left off talking about what? Not my mother. No, Jaden. That's your warning. Huh? Sadly, I did. Sorry. Okay, Jaden, make sure your mask is on. Okay, Ariana, make sure your mask is on. Okay, what did we talk about, guys? Come on now. What? We did leave off with Stephen II. What did he do? Shh. Guys, no more talking unless you're raising your hand. Nico, you're fine. For those who are laughing and just messing around, no more. Okay, that is your warning. Yes, sir. Put your mask on. Yep, he not recrown. Okay, remember he was basically a leader and like a pope. He wanted to become like a king. He was a mayor. Remember he said, "Hey, I'm basically doing the job of the who? Of the king, so I want to be king." Okay, and so he wanted to do that by how? Yes, one of them did. Okay, but it was all a situation of, again, this idea. What was Pepin trying to do? Get these people to back him up. The popes. Okay, he had Pope Boniface. Remember, he first said, "Hey, Pepin should be our king, our leader." Okay, then we have a few other popes that Pepin the Short got to follow him and believe with him. Anyone hot in here?
Yes.
I'm a little warm. I'm going to turn the AC on.
Oh, wow.
Take off your jacket.
I thought you were gonna turn it up. Yeah, turn it down.
No, I'm just turning it to 70. Not too cold. No, that's fine.
Bro, you're crazy.
Shh. Hey, no more talking. Chase, leave your mask on. All right. Okay, that's what we talked about, so that's where we're picking up. So why are we still talking? Chase. Shh. Quiet. Okay, put the slides up there for you guys, and we'll pick up where we left off. There we go. We haven't done 22 yet, though. Exactly. So this is where we left off. Now we're going into it. Okay, we talked about, again, Stephen II. Okay, he crossed the Alps into France to crown Pepin king again. And threatened, remember he said, whoever does not follow Pepin, okay, what would happen? It's kind of on the screen as well. What would happen if they did not follow Pepin as king? Excommunicado. Okay, they'd be excommunicated from the kingdom. Okay, they would not be part of the empire any longer. Okay, or they might be thrown in jail, mistreated, any one of those things. Okay, that's going to lead us to a time and an amazing bargain. We're going to see an amazing bargain. In return, the Pope gains support and defense of Pepin's military. Okay, so the Pope, as we see, the popes are supporting who? Pepin. So Pepin, don't shrug your shoulders. Pepin, we're talking about Pepin the Short. Okay, so Pepin the Short is being supported by the popes. What? I mean, I did not live during that time, so no, I don't know. Probably was shorter. Okay, shh. So we have Pepin the Short. Okay, these popes are backing him up to be king. So Pepin the Short is backing the popes up with military might. Okay, again, they have to be part of the church, and we're going to see that. Okay, when the Lombards, which is our next note, the Lombards, which were a Germanic tribe that occupied northern Italy, Pepin fought against these people, and he took a strip of their land and gave it to the Pope. And it's called the Donation of Pepin. But the term you want to remember is the Papal States. Okay, know that the Donation of Pepin and the Papal States are the same thing, but just know it's a strip of land given from Pepin to the Pope. Bless you. Shh, John. We're happy that you're back, but I don't need your comments. Thank you, sir. Okay, Pepin and the Pope had struck an amazing bargain. With the support of the Pope, Pepin was able to establish himself as king of the Franks and to enlarge and secure his kingdom. In return, the Pope received these papal states and, more importantly, assumed the enormous power of choosing the kings. Okay, so we're seeing again These popes want power. This man Pepin wants power, so they're working together to receive power that they want. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next note. This is going to lead to our popes taking a power only Roman emperors had previously used and gave Pepin this title. Okay, so again, these popes were given the power to basically say, hey, this man's going to be king. You okay back there, Joey? Okay. Just checking in. Okay, the popes gave Pepin the title of Patrician of the Romans. Patrician of the Romans. That is the name that the Pope gave Pepin. Okay, Pepin's kingship backed by the Pope ended. Remember, what was our original line of kings? It's a little bit hard word to say. Started with the letter M. I struggle saying it too. Remember, it's Merovingian or whatever. Okay, remember we're talking about those kings led by who? Who were they started by? Starts with the letter C. Clovis. There it is. Clovis started this Merovingian group of kings and line of kings. Keep the mask on, John. Stop messing with it. Okay, but now we're going to see a new line of kings and line of kingship. And this is going to be, we're not quite there yet. Okay, because of Pepin's relationship to the Pope, the stage was set to rebuild this new Roman Empire jointly ruled by the Pope and the Emperor. And this is going to lead us to our next kingship line of Frankish kings, which is another tricky word for me to say. So apologize me if I can't do it very well. It's like Carolingian. Everyone good with this one? No. It's okay. Give you guys a second. My bad. My bad, Felicia. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I have a kind heart sometimes. After how kind I always am to you, Jaden. You repay me with that. All right, here we go. Our next line of kings. Our next line of kings is Carolingian. Carolingian, which is a line of Frankish kings. Okay, remember that Merovingian. Okay, those kings were named after Clovis's grandfather, Merovi. Okay, these line of kings were named, hold your tongue. They were named for either Pepin's father or son, which were both named Charles. Yes, ma'am. Yes, in a second I'll go back for you guys. Shh, Nico, turn around. That's your warning. Ladies in the back, you already had your warning, so shh. At the beginning of class when you all were laughing and talking, yes. Shh, you still don't get to just talk. You raise your hand. Joey, put your mask on. There you go. Shh. No more caps. I'm sick of caps. Shh, Destiny. That is your warning. Next time you talk or laugh or make any sound other than natural bodily sounds, which I shouldn't hear anyways, you will receive demerits. Okay, this is our next line of kings. Okay, this new dynasty took its name again from Pepin's father or his son, which were both named Charles. This is going to lead us to our next term, Charlemagne. Okay, the Great, when Pepin died in 768 AD, obviously, his son Charles became king. Put your mask on, stop being disruptive. Okay, we had a problem yesterday. Are we going to have a problem today? There's no mercy today. Put it away. Put it away. Yeah, did I give you all the demerits you should have gotten? Did I give you demerits you should have gotten?
You gave me 9 demerits
Mercy.
without even thinking.
But did I? But did I? Okay, this large and strong, with flashing eyes and a handsome face, Charles commanded respect and looked the part of the king. Okay, so this was like, John, we're not at home anymore, dude. No more messing around. Sit there. Just relax. Yeah, I know you did. You probably played it all school day because you say in the chat, hey, who wants to play? Hey, who wants to play? Hey, who wants to play? Okay, so this man, Okay, he was someone that looked the part of a king. He looked good. Okay, his stature was good. Put the booklet away. You need the pen. There you go. Okay, put your mask on, Jasmine. Okay, Joey, sit up. Stop messing around. Okay, he looked the part. Again, Pepin's son, Charles, okay, he was now king. And because he looked king, he's son of the previous king, so he probably already acted like a king. He had the power of a king. Okay, he wanted to be respected even more than his father. He wanted to be great. He wanted people to revere him. I look at everyone in the eye. I go like this.
I don't like eye contact. Yeah, Mr. Carl, stop being weird.
I'm sorry. Shh. Quiet. Put your mask on. Okay, so Charles, Pepin's son, is going to be called this name, Charlemagne, which literally means, John, be quiet. No more comments. Destiny, what did I say? Thank you. Okay, which literally means Charles the Great. Okay, welcome, Jose. It is a bit late, so you might be marked as tardy. Okay, make sure you're tuning in on time. Okay, Jose, I was mentioning I might have your test 3. Okay, so remind me if I have that. I think your sister might have sent it this morning to me. Make sure you're staying on top of that. I sent all the stuff home to you, so you should have all that as well. Just wanted to remind you, I don't know if I received your test 3 yet, so you need to get that in. It might be marked as late as well, since I've been saying it for about 5 days now. Yes, ma'am. At the end of class. Okay, so again, Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, was Pepin's son. He became king of the Franks in 7068 AD. Jasmine, thank you. Okay, there you go. Just glue it to your face. Okay, he ruled the largest area in the West since the Roman times. Does everyone have this note? All right, just make sure, you know. Okay, Charlemagne, again, we see Pepin, he was using what 2 things to rule? Okay, the Pope and the Emperor, or the King. Okay, they would rule. Okay, so Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, would be doing the same thing. Okay, Charlemagne used religion as a political gain. He made his wars seem like holy wars, which we've seen this before, yes? We see people use righteous perspectives, say, hey, we're fighting in God's name. But in reality, were they? No, they were just fighting for their own sake. Okay, but Charlemagne is going to use the church as his political gain, as his tool to basically gain followers. We see this kind of even today. Stop messing with your mask. Okay, just leave it. Leave it alone. Okay, so these are these things. Okay, there's going to be some Christian titles or some names that Charlemagne is known by. Okay, so he's saying these holy wars, so he's acting like his kingdom and empire is a Christian empire. Okay, but was it really? Was it really? No, it was not. Okay, so we're going to see some titles. Charlemagne's Christian titles. Okay, first he was called the leader of the Christian people. Okay, because he was leading. That's correctly. Okay, he was leading in a way for God's sake. Basically, that same idea. Remember, and I talked about it yesterday, of how leaders in the Egyptian times, at different times, they would say, "Hey, our top god, I'm his favorite, so you need to follow me." Remember how we mentioned that this semester? Okay, so it's kind of the same idea. He was like saying, hey, God has called upon me to be your leader. Okay, so I'm the leader of the Christian people. Secondly, he was also the defender of the Church of Christ. The Church of Christ, or also known as the Catholic Church. Because of these things of him saying he's the leader of the Christian people, so obviously he did try to partially, make rules and help out the Christian people, so he wasn't ruthless towards them, like we've seen in different times. Okay, he was the defender of the church, so because of this, his empire was called a Christian empire. And to push his agenda just a little bit more, he even claimed to be a Christian. Do we have any facts on that? No. There are no facts of how he lived, of how he acted, of anything he actually did that he was a Christian. But could he have been? I mean, who am I to say he wasn't? He could have been. No man may know but God. So we see through this time of Charlemagne or Charles the Great, through these holy wars, through him leading the Christian people, defending the Christian church, and all these different things, and being in the Christian empire. Okay, by the year of 1800, Charlemagne ruled the largest area in the West since the Roman emperors of AD 300s. Charlemagne was called, again, as I said, the leader, the defender, and his kingdom was a Christian empire. Okay, Charlemagne celebrated Christmas Day in Rome in AD 800 as the Frankish king knelt before a church altar. The Pope Leo III, okay, he crowned Charlemagne king and named him Charles Augustus. Okay, what does Augustus mean? Okay, not specifically Roman emperor, but does mean emperor. So he was basically Charles the Emperor now. Now he is Emperor of the Romans, and he was made Emperor on Christmas Day. There you go. Hopefully it was right. Okay, supposedly to Charlemagne's surprise, okay, he placed a crown of gold upon his head and called him Charles Augustus, again, Emperor of the Romans. The crowd of people in the church shouted their approval as he's being crowned. The old Roman Empire of Constantine seemed to have been reborn. Yet, there was one great difference between the empire of Charlemagne and Constantinople. Yes, ma'am? I can go back after class. I'll go back after class. Okay, so continuing moving, there's one main difference between Constantinople, which we know him as a, again, Christian leader, right? Christian emperor. Okay, and Charlemagne. Although a pope had crowned Charlemagne's father king, and a pope had crowned Charlemagne emperor, no pope had crowned Constantine. For Constantine had ruled before the bishop of Rome was even recognized as the head of the church. Charlemagne's empire was erected by pope and emperor working together. Thus the seeds were sown for future conflict. Throughout the Middle Ages, popes and kings would struggle for power. They each needed the other, but their inability to get along made a revived Roman Empire difficult to maintain. Okay, so we see this Roman Empire come back to reality. Okay, but we have two groups of people that want to be king, basically. We have these mayors, which they became king, Pepin, and then Charles the Great, which became the emperor. Okay, but we also still have the support of the church with them. Now, the church and the pope, remember, what did they want? Simple 5-letter word. They wanted power. They also wanted to rule. Okay, sadly, it was not peace, although it probably should have been. Okay, as a man of God. Okay, but they both wanted power. Okay, so 31, we see Charlemagne's empire was erected by pope and emperor working together. But we're going to see a problem happen because Charlemagne, rather than just being emperor, he still wanted more. Okay, so Charlemagne soon made it clear that he was second to no pope. He was not co-leading with the pope and emperor any longer. Okay, he did not even invite the pope to the ceremony crowning his son, Louis, as co-emperor. Charlemagne, note number 32, everyone go with this one? Note number 32, Charlemagne considered himself the ruler of not only government now, but government and church. So by him not even inviting the pope to the crowning of his son, okay, that was basically him saying, hey, you're not leading with me anymore. It's all me, man. It's all me. Basically, that's what Charlemagne was saying. Yep. He often intervened in the affairs of the church. So after this happens, he's intervening with the affairs of the church now. Okay, is the emperor or king supposed to intervene with the church? Even today, right? Even in our country, we believe in freedom of what? Religion. Okay, the government is not supposed to, okay, force or make a church do something. That's what our country was based upon. Freedom of religion, speech, okay, freedom of all those things. Okay, so even in this time, they had a freedom of religion, but no longer. Religion was not separated. Charlemagne said, hey, I'm going to be the power of both. Okay, so we're going to see his son. What is Charlemagne's son going to do? Louis. Okay, Charlemagne's son, a weak and pious king. So sadly, he was a weak and pious king. So we're seeing this fight of Charlemagne. Okay, we're seeing this fight between Charlemagne and the Pope. Okay, so it's going to lead us to Louis. What did Louis do with Charlemagne the Great's empire? Okay, Charlemagne's empire was great, far from equaled the old Roman Empire in size, strength, and durability. But as soon as Charlemagne died in 814 AD, his empire began to crumble. Charlemagne's son Louis is remembered in history, literally remembered as the pious, okay, or weak. Louis is basically weak, incapable, or incapable. Okay, that's what, would you want to be known as that? Like, Joey, your name's not Joey. It's the weak. You're known as weak. Hey, Nico, your name's not Joseph or Nico anymore. It's incapable. So, hey, incapable. How would you like to be remembered in history as that? Certainly when your father was so great of a king or emperor, as history tells us. Okay, because of this, he's known as pious. Because of the large role played by priests in his upbringing, perhaps a better nickname would be, as I said, the weak. Throughout most of his reign, his sons quarreled and fought civil wars over how the empire should be divided among them. Yes, sir.
So he's pretty much just like a puppet for the Pope.
Keep your mask on. Thank you. But yes, we're going to see him because he's weak. Basically, he's weak. His sons are say, hey, Dad, you should run it this way. No, Dad, you should run it this way. Okay, and his sons still had power. They're the sons of the king. Okay, they had soldiers behind them. So they're fighting each other, saying, no, I should rule. No, I should rule. Okay, so we're going to see some things happen. This is going to bring us to 843 AD. So we have a little bit of time left. We'll do a few more notes. Okay, so listen carefully. In 843 AD, 3 years after their father's death, okay, Louis' sons signed this treaty. Very important treaty in this time of history. The Treaty of Verdun. In this treaty, Verdun. Why do you say it? Like you're done? But we're not done yet. Sorry. But basically, if you want to remember it that way, basically this treaty was saying, hey, this large kingdom they tried to rebuild, this new Roman Empire, okay, it's done. Okay? It's going to be divided. Okay, this treaty which divided the empires into 3 parts. There were civil wars, everyone was arguing, so they could no longer coexist with each other in one empire, so they divided into 3 parts. Okay, and you have the 3 parts up there. You have the Middle Kingdom, which is northern Italy, and a strip of land from Italy to the North Sea. Okay, one of the sons took that kingdom. You have the Western Kingdom, which became the basis of modern France. You all know where France is located? Okay, so yes, Europe. So you have England. It's kind of a little island on its own. It's like right under England, France. You have France, Germany, Spain down here. Yes, sir. Right, smaller. I'm sorry. Sorry I did that. Let me see. I'm sorry I gave you such a small blank, John. Please forgive me. Okay. I'm sorry. Given I didn't write those paper notes, it doesn't really offend me that much. The Eastern Kingdom is the last one, which became the basis of modern Germany. So you could just say Germany. What? Joey, keep your mask on. Thank you, sir. Okay, just a few more notes and then we will be done. Okay, this is going to lead us to a time and end. So these different kingdoms, obviously with the kingdom of Rome splitting up, they're weaker, right? Everything's portioned and split everywhere. Okay, so this is going to bring us to the end of the Carolingians. Okay, the people who ruled these kingdoms did not measure up to Charles Martel and Charlemagne. Rather than the hammer or the great, later the Carolingians were nicknamed the simple or the fat, the stammerer, the lazy, except for a brief period of 3 years. Charlemagne's empire was never united again. The last Carolingian died in the 900s AD. Okay, this is going to bring us to a time of the new barbarians. Okay, the new barbarians. We have about 2 minutes, so we're going to go through these quickly. We have a few barbarians, and then I will give you your homework. Okay, the Magyars. The Magyars. Okay, these were barbarian invaders from the east. Okay, they earned the name Scourge of Europe. They settled in the land later known as Hungary. Okay, so they would have came from kind of like Russia, not in Russia, but towards that area. They came from the east, and they settled, okay, in present-day Hungary. Not Turkey, Hungary. They're different. Maybe you'll learn that when you're in geography. Stop messing with the chair or whatever you're doing down there. Do your notes like you're supposed to. Obviously, since you need to do better in notes, so you can do better on quizzes. I gave you 15 minutes. That's plenty of time to take a quiz. That's plenty of time for everyone, if you knew the content. Obviously not. Okay, the second group is the Moors. The Moors. The Moors. Is that a small blank on that one too? No. Okay, Muslims from North Africa attacked southern Europe. Okay, so these ones came from North Africa, or maybe that remember Carthage that we've talked about in past. Okay, they were already in Spain, and they established and scattered outposts in other parts of Europe. They controlled the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, give you guys a little time. Please stay in your seats. We have a few more notes, and then we will be done. I just said we have a few more notes. Norsemen. They were the ones known as Vikings. Okay, they came from German barbarians that had been dwelling far to the north in Scandinavia, or present-day Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. Okay, I believe there's only 2 more notes, and then we are done for today. So write down quickly, and then we'll be done. Then I'll give you your homework.
You're going to do his homework after you told us him.
Okay, note number 38. Some Norsemen explored the seas and established Iceland and Greenland. Okay, primarily those Vikings. Joey, hold your pen. By AD 1000, Vikings had even reached the coast of North America. Not right now. Ask after. Okay, many Vikings descended upon Western Europe. Some pursued trade, but the best remembered Vikings were pirates who sacked and looted towns, monasteries, and churches. Eventually, many Vikings settled down. Among the most important Viking settlements was, after everyone finishes, I'll give you a few more seconds, the settlement of Normandy. And then we will be done. Normandy. Yes, this is the last note for today. Normandy is an area along the northern coast of Western Europe, and it was among the most important Viking settlements. What's your guess?
Section 11.32, 1 through 13 onwards.
How many questions did you do last night? Yeah. How many questions is there in that section review? Yeah. There you go. All right, homework for tonight is page 113. Page 113. Questions 8 through 13, all. Page 113, questions 8 through 13, all. Shouldn't be too much. I try to split that half and half instead of you doing it all at one time. Yes. It's basically half and half. Okay, that's it. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Well, if you were here the whole time, Jose, you need to let me know. Remember I said in the first 10 minutes of class, okay, just like everyone else did. Okay, I won't mark you late this time, but you do need to make sure you're saying you're here on time, or else I assume, or it appears, you're not there. Okay, hopefully you're all doing well. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. If you need to ask anything you're missing, let me know, because a lot of you are missing some things. Okay, we are dismissed.
Can you go back to number 30? Here's my question. Did the